Hey, there we go. We got the sound on. I was muted there. Cool. We're back for another stream of Open Warlords, and we're gonna be doing a lot of jumping around on our missions tonight. So because we're gonna be working on. We got a couple final blockers to clean up in Open Warlords for our .60 release or 0.6 release, which is mostly carrier stuff. And then I want to continue working on the Choose Your Own Warlords Adventure mode, and I got some ideas how we can improve stuff for the users and for the admins on that. Then I got a couple far out systems I want to work out. So I did some pseudocoding for a dynamic. In fact, I'll just pull it up in Discord for you guys. Here. I'll walk you through. I don't know if we're going to get to it tonight because my week's been kind of crazy and my mentals are low, but here's all the new voting code. Basically what I did with the on the Open Warlords, the Choose Your Own Warlords Adventure mode on the Open Warlords server, is I made it harder for people to vote themselves as an admin when they're on the server by themselves and then start trolling the server. So I removed a bunch of voted admin commands. So basically your voted admins, all they can do is select a new mission or push for a new mission. But let's let me show you the dynamic pseudocode I did up for the dynamic scaling AI numbers per sector. So something I've been toying around with for a while because sectors, like a team that's not very good gets stuck on sectors that, you know, have a lot of AI in them and they just can't handle the sector. They'll get stuck there for a long time. Whereas really good teams will just plow through sectors, or if a team's got a bunch of vehicles and stuff. So even because all the zones right now are completely static on it, they're on how they spawn AI numbers. I mean, in Redux, that varies based on the sector size. In Open Warlords, I think it's completely static right now. So I was like, oh, we should make this. And the hardest part is measuring the team skill. And right now, the best solution I have for that are timestamps. So we do time number 1, which would be sector start. Then time number 2, which is sector end time. So you'll essentially see how fast the team capped the zone if you grab these timestamps. Then you just make an AI modifier and you take time 2 and you subtract time 1. So for instance, we'll say they started the sector at 0600 and then they finished the sector at 610 or something. So it only took them 10 minutes to cap the sector. That would give you a time difference between time 2 and time 1 of 10 minutes. And you divide that by the baseline number. And this baseline number of minutes would be in the config file, so it could be easily modified. And then all you do is take this variable, which you just made, AI number modifier, and then you take the number AI for the next zone, and you divide it by the AI modifier, which will then get you. So the example I just gave you guys will say a 10-minute cap, and I'm using a 20-minute baseline for my example. So we'll say the baseline is 20 minutes for capping, and a team caps in 10 minutes, and we divide that by 20. So it gives me 0.5. Say the next zone was supposed to spawn 30 AI, and we divide it by 0.5, and boop. Instead of spawning 30 AI, the next zone would spawn 60. And you'd have to put some upper and lower bounds on this, because otherwise it will scale out of control. Whereas if you had a team, let's say a team took 30 minutes to cap a zone because they were going slow. So we'll do 30, then divided by the baseline of 20 in our example. We got 1.5, and then we take the sector was supposed to spawn 30, then divided by 1.5, and then their next sector they would only get 20 AI. So super simple, like system design wise. The only thing I need to figure out how to do in SQF for the Arma engine is get these. Start time should be pretty easy. Sector end time might be a little more complicated. But all comes to worst, I could just get sector start time and then like save it somewhere, and then just get the next sector start time and use those numbers. But we'll see. I don't really understand Arma 3 engine or SQF well enough to right now to actually code that out, but we're gonna put it in there, and when I finally do figure it out, it'll be easy, something very easy to implement, because the system itself is just super simple. So next up, if we have time tonight, if I got the mentals to work on this, friendly AI strike teams. We already in Miller Edition we already have a quick reaction force, which is a heliborne force. When you attack an AO, they will come and reinforce. They'll fly in and they'll reinforce a sector, which it gives pilots something to go do. They have to go hunt down because it spawns in a random place on the map and will fly towards the sector. So it gives friendly pilots, something to do for big points. Because you find a helicopter full of infantry and shoot it down, you get a lot of points. But if you fail to shoot it down, if you fail to shoot the helicopter down, and the helicopter is able to get to the sector, land in the sector, then you just get the AI has a huge, or I mean not huge, it's like 12 guys or something. It's like 10 or 12 dudes. But they get a pretty big reinforcement of infantry in the sector if you fail to shoot the helicopter, the QRF helicopter down. And I was like, oh, we could modify that. Somebody was, I don't remember where I saw it, about having like AI wars or something, or having like friendly AI teams attack AOs with you or sectors with you. I was like, oh, yeah, I could literally just use my QRF code, change the team on it, and you would have an AI war system for Redux. Because right now the AI just doesn't work in Redux at all. They want to attack sectors, but I was like, oh yeah, this will be super easy to implement. So let me walk you through the code. The way we're probably going to implement this is we're going to have a, I'm going to have it probably maybe a probability based on the number of players, because you don't want the system when there's a lot of players on the server. It'll just cause more issues than it'll solve. But my original pseudocode is I'm just going to have a 100% value and do a count of players. And then I'll have a from the QRF modifier, which on this example I used 5. So if I had 5 players on the server and from the QRF modifier of 5 players on the server would have a 75% chance of getting AI team to help them attack the sector. So, and as the number of players goes up, since it's subtracting from 100, it would continue to go down. But other than that, the code's super easy. I'm literally just going to copy and paste the spawning code from the QRF teams and do it that way. So the only thing I don't know about how this will work is how do I get the team that's attacking the zone? So, because I'm pretty sure the populate sector code, which is where the QRF code lives right now, it it sees who owned this sector, but not who's attacking the sector. So I may have to put it somewhere else. Like I was thinking maybe as an alternate, I may put it inside the fast travel code. Because fast travel code, I can get the team of the person traveling, so I know what to spawn. But if we did that, we would have to massively lower these percentages, like way lower these percentages, because you're gonna have multiple people fast traveling, and they're gonna fast travel multiple times, and you don't want to have a bajillion AIs spawning and attacking a sector. Although I'll make it configurable, so if people want to have just a pure on AI war, they could actually just set the values to 100% and like up the spawning values, and then just fast travel. They just watch the AI fight the AI, because people really seem to like that for some reason. But yeah, that's all that. So let's go here and actually look at our to-do list here. So this is our Open Warlords Redux to-do list. Add better voting stuff to the server config. We already did that. I showed you that as at the start of the stream. Add mission dialogue to mission files to help ID mission logs. So the dialogue, if I remember correct, I don't remember what the exact command is, but it's something that logs to the report file. Because right now in the logs, I have no real way. It's kind of a pain in the butt for me to go through on the Open Warlords server, since there's 5 different missions running. Try to figure out what mission is currently being logged. So I'm going to do that. AI help squads, those are what I just talked about, the friendly QRF teams. Add mission IDs to the map. Again, this is to help the players ID which server they're on so they can properly report bugs. And I think maybe we can make these mission IDs dynamic. I found a command where it might be able to do that, called mission name. And in addition to the dialogue, I want to add a message of the day log, because in the server config I can't seem to get the message of the day stuff to repeat properly. So I'm going to add it to like a populate sector code or something. And if I do that, I think I can also make it dynamic, so it'll give you the correct mission name in the correct Discord, and yeah. And I think for a welcome screen, I think I'm going to work on this welcome screen too, and make the welcome screen dynamic, because I could do dynamic mission names, I think, dynamic Discord links based on the server that is currently being run on, and I can do dynamic bug reporting links based on the mission that's being run. It'll automatically direct you to the correct GitHub page to report bugs. And I'm pretty sure I could do all that dynamically. I want to hard code anything, and it'll just automatically change based on which mission is being run. I think, I'm not sure. So, give me some tech development. The big things are, so our actual blockers for release of the 0.6 Open Warlords Redux is we got to rewrite the airport ID to stop an error that's getting kicked out in our logs when we select a carrier, spawn in a carrier. And we need to add a switch case inside the switch case to randomize parking spots on the carrier. Because right now there's only a single parking spot per carrier, and it happens to be on a helipad, because we literally just copied the helipad coordinates for our test case. So we need to fix that. We need to get, our goal is to have 3 independent helipads, which the helicopters will come in and land on, and then have 3 independent aircraft parking spots. So you'll have a total of 6 parking spots on each carrier to just deconflict all the parking spots. So that is our list, and up here on Miller Edition, I think I added some a few things that they're pretty similar to the other things, but we'll see if we get to that. Biggest thing I want to do is clear up these blockers for 6.0 release. So let's get started. VS Code, we need GitHub. That was a lot of talking. And I have no idea how much we're going to be able to get done because, like I said, my mentals are very, very low tonight. I wasn't even planning on streaming this week at all, just because it's work. And I was like, man, I really, really want to work on this. Like, I was. Because if you let ideas sit for too long and like bake, you'll kind of like forget the details. And I pseudocoded all that stuff out like yesterday. So I wanted to get started on it. So gotta go to client request here. Let's open up Steam. We need to get some new coordinates. And I'm not totally sure the best way to do these coordinates. I think I might just move the helipads around. Or maybe place some new helipads and just copy the clipboard. Yeah, I may just copy and paste some the helipads and then make sure they're properly aligned with the carrier. I'll grab the coordinates off the helipads, paste them into Discord real fast, and then I'll delete the helipads, and I'll have coordinates that I can use for my airplane spawning. That'll probably be the fastest way to do this, because there's 3 carriers on the map, and I need 3 new parking spots, so I need a total of 9 coordinates. And make sure we're opening our Korb there. Okay, so here's our carrier, and this one looks like I actually have 4 helipads. Nice. Okay. And the biggest thing is we don't want to block the runway. And let me go into a 3D view so you guys can see what is going on here. Camera go there. Sweet. Okay, so right now I have the helipads. What the helicopters will do, they spawn and then they come in, they'll always land on these helipads. But what we want is to have 3 parking spots on this carrier that we can use for aircraft. So I think to make this work correctly, I may move my helipads around just a little bit. Because I kind of like the idea of the helipads. I've been using the aircraft ramps, the elevators, as the helipads. I think we may mix that up a little bit. Because it'd be cooler if the airplanes spawn on the elevator spots. And then I could just move around some helipad stuff. But the goal is 3 and 3. We want 3 helipads and 3 aircraft carriers. So since I already know I have good aircraft elevator spots, we're going to copy this to clipboard. So we're going to log position to clipboard. That's going to be park spot number 1. Kavala 1, paste. And once I have all three of these parking spots, it'll be super easy. I just throw into array and then I just pick a random element from the array. This is the helipad we're currently using as a park spot. So okay, great. We have all three of those parking spots, so we can now what we need to do is move. I'm gonna move this one over here. And where do we want the third? Should we spawn him behind the island? Kind of hesitant to spawn him to have the helipad behind the island because it's gonna kind of block the road coming up. And I think this is where people normally park supply trucks and stuff. Tell you what, I think we could probably get away with moving it over here. I think that should be okay. And then we'll delete the one right there. So now I have 3 heli park spots. I have 2 forward of the island, 1 aft on the inside. This is where the little director guys would be in real life. Then my aircraft spawns on the elevators. So that is outstanding. So what we'll do, we'll go and I'll do the same thing. I'll grab coordinates and set the carriers up. Log position to clipboard. Go back to Discord. Okay, and this is going to be a Vamos position. This log position to clipboard is the best thing ever. Okay, cool. That's all 3 park spots for Vamos. So what I need to do now is drag you over there. Delete you. And since we're going to be putting them at the same spot on each carrier, that'll make it easier for the end users to at least have a good idea of where their stuff is going to spawn. This one might be a little tight. Like if you land a blackfish here and spawn an airplane there, it might be kind of tight, but I guess that's a risk we're going to take. Okay, and this is Death Star. And I also think I'll have to adjust these up just like 0.2 of a meter or something to kind of compensate for server lag. Because if you spawn something directly on an object, on the server, like flush with the deck, the object will actually start to sink before it fully spawns in on a server just because server lag, and normally blows up. Okay, I have 3 parking spots for each carrier, 4 airplanes and 3 helipads. Now the coding part. This will be the fun spot. Okay, now we just need to find our switch statement for the carriers. Here we go. Okay, so here's our plane position array. And what we want to do, we want to add an additional array above this. So we're going to do Kovala parking. Call this K6. K6 parking. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start an array, and then this array is going to have 3 elements of an array inside of that. Okay, so now I have K6 parking. I have an array of 3 arrays sitting in here, and these are our parking spots. So in plane position, what I need to do, and now I need to do a parking random. And what I'm going to do here is do random 2. So, and let's pull up the Biki real quick and double check our random. Okay, so random just pulls, it's a Gaussian distribution, which is better known as a bell curve. And yeah, that is good. So we want to choose between 0, 1, and 2. And then what I do here is I take K6 parking, 6 parking, which is an array, and then I want to do pull element from the array parking random. So what this should do now is going to take K6 parking, which is an array of 3 arrays, and it's going to pull the element that is randomly selected. There. So I have a feeling in SQF there's something additionally I need to do for arrays, so we're going to look up. Oh, I may need to do select, it looks like, is the command for... That's weird. This little hashtag thing is nowhere listed on the wiki. That's weird. I'm pretty sure I've seen that in arrays in the code somewhere. Okay, so the wiki is saying use select as my. So we're gonna do select. So now it's going to do K6 parking, and then we're going to select parking random, which will be 0, 1, 2, and it'll pick one of these 3 spots. And then at that point, it'll create vehicle in plane position, which will be done there. So let's jump into game real quick and test this out. And I'm pretty sure these might explode. So we're gonna bump these up like by just a tiny bit. Basically what I was doing there was rounding up to the nearest tenth of a meter on the z-axis. And we need to play this in multiplayer. Want to be blue 4 to do our testing here. Oh, I forgot. Dope. Dope. I forgot a semicolon. Yep, right there. I'm a noob. Well, I had $1 for every time I had to miss a semicolon in a Warlords mission. I would have a whole lot of dollars.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Okay, we got money. And 2 assets, aircraft. What do we want to blow up today, boys and girls? I think we're gonna go with the wipeout. Okay, Kavala. Go up here to spectator. Okay, that spot worked. And there's about a 1 to 3 chance this guy's gonna explode. Because we only have 3 spots, so. Oh, and there you go. Okay. So in this little guy facing the wrong direction, we actually already have that on our to-do list to fix. So question is, can he actually turn around? Let's. So right now, what the plane position does, the direction, it just literally just faces them. I think like 180 or something. Oh, I think I set them to 180 on this carrier to like, because that was the original park spot right there. So what I need to do, I need to eventually just fix this and rewrite it so they face towards the middle of the object they're on. So it would just be get position of the carrier in. In the meantime, what I might do, yeah, we're gonna have to fix that. Okay, so he was able to turn around. That's good. But I should probably back that park spot up just a little bit because okay, cool. Got another one spawn over there. Okay, wow, this system is working ridiculously well. And he's over there. Give myself some more money. Okay, now let's see what happened. We have all the spots filled up. One of them has to explode. Unless I have... There might be a failsafe in the engine because I have don't collide on for the spawn. So it may auto push the away, but I don't think so. We'll find out. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so... But if we call in some helicopters, let's do... show you what this looks like with a couple helicopters on as well. And we'll do Ghost Hawk. Interesting, okay. So the helicopters don't want to land there, I don't think. Maybe because there's an aircraft too close? Oh, no. Yep, there he goes. Okay, so the Black Hawk's going to be like, nope, I don't have a parking spot there. And he should land right over there by those ammo elevators. And we'll spawn one more. Spawn a Huron. Oh no, Huron's totally gonna run into the, okay. Where you going, Huron? Interesting. I wonder why he didn't want to. You know what? That forward park spot may be too far away. So if the helicopters don't see a park spot within 500 meters, what they do is they just land. So my suspicion is we mark where that little bird is. Yeah, the little bird's 463 meters away. So if we walk over here, yeah, I'm outside the 500-meter range. Okay, so what we'll have to do, we'll have to put that final park spot for the helicopters on the backside of the carrier. And this is only carrier where that's going to be an issue, so. Yeah, I'm quite a bit past. I'm 550. Okay, cool. So we know exactly what the problem there is. So what we're going to do, we're going to move those parking spots aft a little bit. And we need to move this Cavallo parking spot to the back end of the carrier. Okay, so let's go fix that. Okay, and what I need to do is I need to see. Okay, my y-axis is my north-south axis. And the number goes up. Okay, so north is going to be a higher y value. So we need to increase the y value on the parking spot that's right here, which is going to be around 12,750. So we need to find the parking spot that's at 12,750 and increase that a bit. Okay, so 1229. So increase this to like 35. So I've moved it north, I think 6 meters if these are 1 meter increments. And you can already see my to-do here. Grab carrier direction and set plane to be 90 degrees offset or towards center of the carrier. So could just face them all forward. Probably easier. I actually don't want to write that code right now. So we're just going to let that one spot be backwards. Okay, but let's jump back in game and test it with it now 6 meters farther north. And while we're here, I need to grab the other coordinates here as well. Okay, so for this carrier, I'm gonna have to move. So for Bamos, I need the x-axis to be smaller. Okay, let's make a note of that. And what x-axis do I need here? So it's going to be around 26, 2650, 650. Okay. And let's go grab the coordinates we need to fix for Death Star. Okay, again, it's going to be x-axis smaller. And it's going to be around 16. It's going to be around 1650. Call it 1655. $16,465. Okay. Okay, cool. I got those notes. So let's actually just fix this right now. So I could do it all in one big swoop. Oh, I don't actually have those coordinates right now. I can fix them on Discord though. So okay, so I need to make that smaller. Okay, and for Bombos, I need to make x-axis smaller on this 26,650. Okay, so trying to decipher which ones so that needs to be about 45. Literally just kind of eyeballing these coordinates, try to figure out which one is the correct one. Okay, cool. So, tell now we know the system works. Let's just propagate this all, and then we'll just do one big test. Case 7, parking, goals, initialize array, add a semicolon. Okay, I have an array of arrays. And parking random. And here for plane position, for this one, we're going to do case 7. Okay, cool. Okay, and for Death Star, I need to add my array of arrays and make this case 8. Okay, and I need to clean these up a little bit. Round up about a tenth. Okay, I've rounded all the z-axis up 1/10, roughly 1/10-ish meter. So they'll spawn above the deck and fall onto the deck. Okay, sweet. All right, I'm gonna take a super quick AFK. I'll be right back, and we'll start spawning some aeroplanes on carriers. It's mostly just to make sure I got the coordinates correct. So I'll be right back. Okay, this looks much better. There's plenty of room to turn around now. And his tail doesn't quite stick out over the runway. Okay, so yeah, that's way better. I like that. So let's do a full carrier load here. Whoa, whoops. That'll happen sometimes. I gotta asset. Ooh, I did not plan on you landing there, buddy. Must be a good test, though. Oh yeah, he's not gonna land ever. I forgot about that. Too many buttons. You know what's funny? I think he's gonna ram. Oh, they're spawning randomly. Oh, okay. So helicopters spawn randomly over the zone that they're assigned to. So there's a chance, just because my helipads are so far away, that... Oh, that is unfortunate. So yeah, so that one Ghost Hawk spawned too far away, didn't see the helipad. But this guy did see it, so... Or if maybe I should just move Kavala slightly closer to the carrier here. Oops. Unlucky. Eventually I need to add some like more deconfliction to that. To like see if the parking spot's occupied. So I may put a to-do note for that. Goal here is to get this thing completely filled up for a screenshot. Okay, 2 out of 3. Oh, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Yeah, we did it. Nice. Okay, so now I just gotta get a screenshot. Spectator. Right. Sweet. Got it. Now we need to repeat this process. I could remove my assets via the U menu. Asset management. Oh, it worked. Cool. So our primary concern for this carrier is going to be basically the spot over on the fantail. Probably gonna need a lot of money here. Yep. And this one we're not worried at all because literally there's sectors right there on the beach. So oops, I spawned it down a Kavala. Okay, and we know we're gonna get that error. And that error is the one we gotta clean up before we this. Oh my god, stop spawning there. You'd think with 3 parking spots this would be less of an issue. Maybe I have to add more parking spots. That's kind of a bad thing about the bell curve model for the random. It doesn't pick random 1, 2, 3. It picks. It's gonna favor that spot right there. That's what it's gonna do. My own sanity, I'm gonna remove you. Yep. So is the select random on the zone not? Oh, there we go. God, carriers are so buggy on servers, dude. Biggest concern, does he have enough room to turn around? And it looks like he's got plenty of room because he's slightly angled and his tail's not sticking out over the runway. Okay, yep, I did that perfectly. Okay, so let's remove that asset. So now the next one's going to be fun because we have no way to actually get to the carrier. Yeah, it literally just puts me in the water. So literally What I'm gonna have to do is just watch from over here. Okay, cool. We got the guy in the spot, so we know he's not there or right there, so it means he's on the other side of the tower. Or the island, I guess it's called. Yo, where's the carrier at? Oh, that's weird in spectator mode. You have a different field of view. Oh no, I spawned him at Balmos. Dang it. Oops. I always forget you have to do that. Here we go. Okay, he grabbed the forward spot. Okay, so it means he must be behind the island. Yep, there he is. Oh, he's got plenty of room as well. Right on. You know, now that I see him angled at 45 degrees, I think I may adjust the Kavala carrier to be 45 degrees. Well, it's not like 45 degrees. It's probably closer to like 20 degrees. Yeah, I think I'll do that real quick. I'm going to adjust the... The area you're seeing on screen right now is because I was in spectator mode. I left the mission. Kavala, let's do you like 160. Adding a new to do here. Is that really going to be an issue though? Like, because the players are actually playing, they're not just going to spawn something and leave it sitting there. That if we had four, it would be a Gaussian distribution. Would be it would most likely pick the middle two, one of the middle two. So that was 180. I think maybe it's better I face them forward because with them tilted back like that, the helicopter spawn, one of the helicopter spots is right behind him. So 180 degrees. So let's do you forward. So let's do 200. That'll put him angled 20 towards the front of the So these guys I need to do something a little more extreme because they're already angled about 20 degrees aft. So 110 would be straight with the carrier, and 130 would be about 20 forward. Yep, let's go in game and test this super fast. So I think what I can do, I could just stay
Warlords
parked here at
protocol
base,
initialized. Voting
and
for the
let's
next sector.
whole bunch of money here. And what I'll do is I'll spawn one at each carrier. Okay, and we were expecting that error. And we're going to get another divide by zero error. Okay, but now I should be able to run around spectator mode and okay, yeah, that worked about right. So the guy in the back is going to be angled slightly to the front, just so the player knows if there's a helicopter right there, he only has to turn. He's going to turn towards the front of the carrier to get out. Okay, that worked out really good. And since that worked, we expect all the other ones to have worked as well, but go check us. Okay, so I could probably add another like 10 degrees to this one. Okay, so I'll add an additional 10 degrees to Bombos and Death Star to get them angled, because this is the guy in the back I'm worried about. Make sure he has plenty of room to turn out there. Okay, so up that to about 140. Okay, missions reloaded. Let's get the play as multiplayer. And now we only need to test. In fact, I'm just going to jump straight up to Bombos and only test Bombos because.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Oh, did we get a real time nighttime mission? We did, 3 a.m. Nice. Oh, perfect. And we got the correct. Oh, yeah, that's way easier to turn out. And you never have to worry about getting blocked by some parts of Blackfish right here. He'll have plenty of room to just whoop, drive out. Perfect. Oh, that looks freaky. And best part is, the last error in my log is going to be the next error we're going to be working on. So that'll work out really well. refactored aircraft and heli. Aircraft carriers. Confliction. Is that a word? Do. Unique. That is not how you spell that. Okay, how do I spell unique? Ah, there's an I before the Q. Got it. And let's push this up to GitHub. Make sure we're on the right. Cool. Let me go over to GitHub super fast. Okay, cool. All right, up next, let's go look at that log file. Oh, I should post a screenshot. Desktop, Arma screenshots. Okay, got that done. Let's go to our RPT. Okay, so we got slide 380. And it's getting unknown attributes. So it's looking for runway info, out airstrips, airport ID. Okay, so let's go try to figure out some kind of bypass. We're not really going to fix this. We just need to bypass it. Okay, so it's saying the error is right there, but in reality, I think the error is actually right here in airport IDs. How do I bypass this? All right, I was just going to put a wrapper around it. Right, that's what we were going to do. We were literally just going to wrap this code and say, don't run this code. If then put a little wrapper. If airport ID less than 6, then do this if, and if that code doesn't run, it should do literally nothing. So for airports 1 through 5, this code will run. And for 6, 7, 8, 9, and or 6, 7, 8 are the only airports. In theory, this code will not run. And it'll just come right down here to the switch statement and run this part of the code. So yeah, theory that probably fixes our, and I should make a note. Divide by 0 error with carriers. It's always good to explain why you do something on your code. Because if someone saw this, they would not know any reason why I picked 6 as that, unless they made the connection between Kavala and the carriers. So it's always a good thing to help yourself out. Mostly helping myself out, because 6 months from now, when I'm looking at that code, I'll be like, why on earth is there a bypass right here? And we're going to test this at Bamos, so we'll just fast travel up there.
Initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Interesting, it's still trying to grab. I don't want to ship it with that bug, but that was my grand idea to fix it, was just to So it still works just fine. Go look at the error log again, see if we can try to decipher what it's telling us here. So the error is being thrown in this if expression. And we know airport ID is working correctly because we're doing a switch case statement on airport ID, and we know 6, 7, 8 are being pulled correctly. This is the part I think it's throwing there, but this code right here shouldn't run. So why are you throwing errors at me? Okay, so this now reads 381. All right. And my initial error is right here. Runway info, OWL airstrips, airport ID. And the error position is airport ID, yes. And it's giving an error divide by 0 because unknown attributes, because my carriers have no OWL airstrip information. But this entire runway info should never have run. That's what's bothering me. Let's close this mission out completely and retry that. And we're going to put in some debugging code here. And this is going to be airport ID. Okay, so what I expect this to say is current airport ID is 7 for Bamos, which means because this is the error that we just got, was on this line right here, because it's trying to get airport ID from OWL airstrips. because it needs runway info right here. But we don't use runway info. So that block of code should literally never have run. My confusion is large right now.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Yep, that is coming from that block. That block code is running still. Even though the current airport ID is above... Huh. Is there a scope error or something somewhere? Oh, you know what? It's a string value, not a int value. Duh. So what my case statement right here is doing, it's looking for a string. It's matching a string. The string just happens to be a number. So get variable. So it's doing sector, get variable, al sector airport ID. So this is actually a string because it's in quotes, not a int. Therefore, I need to find a way to filter. This if statement will never work because it's trying to compare an int, not a... Well, no, because he has an int right here. Does that mean this line of code is never running either? Could never run either? Okay, let's test this real quick. So I'm going to set that to be equal to, and we'll set it to 8. So if this is actually an int, not a string, then this code block will only run when I spawn something on South Carrier. If it's an int, not a string. So let's go test int versus string. Let's go. Huh, I don't know how to do comparisons like if statements with strings in SQF. Thinking, how in the world do you do greater than or less
Warlords
than on a
protocol
string?
initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Pretty sure I know how to do it in Python, but Python has a bunch of built-in functions to compare strings. I may have to just add a bunch of or statements, which is gonna suck. Okay, so testing if that value is a string or an int. If it is a string, that's still going to run. If it is a int, it should not run. I think. Time to find out. Did it spawn anything? Oh, okay, so it isn't it. So we're gonna wait. Actually, I think that means it's a string, right? So I think I'm just gonna have to add a bunch of or statements because I can't compare strings. Hmm. So when I spawn something at Death Star, it should throw that divide by zero error at me. And it's going to tell me airfield ID is currently 8. Yep, there we go. And current airport ID is 8. So what I need to do is add a bunch of if statements. Or I need to add a bunch of ors. That's kind of annoying. And I completely forgot how to do logic operators or on GitHub or on SQF logic. Let's do operators. Okay, so it is the bracket. So what I did is I just did the longhand way of if airport ID is less than 6, but I did it the longhand because I'm pretty sure these are strings right here, not ints. They just happen to look like integers. Wonder if I could reassign this AL sector airport ID instead of being a string to a variable. I mean a string to an int. Because I'm pretty sure this code right here is never going to run. Because he might have been thinking the exact same thing I was, but didn't ever actually test it. Or I guess maybe an SQF -1 maybe just means null. Some languages do that. I think Fusion has a built-in not null command, which is kind of cool. Look forward to using that for some triggers and stuff.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
I'm really racking my brain in SQF how you compare if those are actually strings. How would I compare them to come up with a simple way? Because I really don't like how that code's written. It's oh, right on. Works. And we are now production release ready. Woo! And that is because I was in spectator mode. Okay, so no matter what happens tonight, we are good to go. Oh, I'm so excited. We got that go. Got that done. Okay, so we need to push that up to GitHub. Okay, so I'm going to go over to Discord here and check off. Okay, so we got the switch case inside the switch case done. Actually, I didn't really do a switch case. I just used an array value. And I got the airport ID thing done. Okay, so next up we are going to so I'm thinking we need to swap over to Miller Edition now and test out, only because I'm more familiar with the file structure and where's his populate sector? Sector spawn units. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I want to mess around with this quite yet without talking to Ando. Because I need to refactor all of this. So one of this is going to be one of the things where you refactor in the next patch. Because right now this is because he's using roads. And yeah, roads is just bad. Like when you're designing a sector spawn code, using roads makes sense, but it completely falls apart in practice. Because like I was watching the logs, console logs of this mission running, and it's just non-stop because they can't find roads for waypoints and stuff. So yeah, I think we're gonna do this testing over. Yeah, here's where the errors are. Because he's looking for road nodes. And yeah, it's like spamming the console log. Oh, that's interesting. He's spawning vehicles based on the size of the sector. Yeah, I think the play here is to jump over to Miller Edition. Where is he spawning stuff for infantry? Just trying to figure out where he's actually spawning his infantry. Okay, this is where he's spawning the infantry. He's grabbing units here. confused what he's doing with this truck though. Why is... Because this is where I want, in the sector spawning code, this is where I kind of want to put the dialogue and the message of the day stuff, so it would be getting pushed out. The message of the day thing gets pushed out to players. I'm kind of wondering if I just drop the dialogue in here and the message of the day stuff. So let's give it a try. And now I need to look some values up here. Right, we're gonna call this current mission. Current mission is, and I need to, mission equals mission name. Okay, so I gotta go check this. I was browsing the wiki the other day and I found mission name. Yep, here we go. Okay, so I can just drop it straight in here. Mission name. Why is there no linter coming up for that? And there is also one for on server. Mission name, and variable number 2 is going to be a server name. Ah, there we go, because I had a capitalization error in it. Returns currently loaded mission file. And returns the name of the hosting server. Okay, cool. And I'm going to add, need to find the dialogue thingy. And I want to repeat this dialogue. Dialogue. There we go. Okay, so for dialogue, we basically want the same thing, but we're just gonna and this is just going to be our test, but what I am eventually going to do is I'm going to take this server name right here and I'm going to set up something that looks like this. Server equals server name. Once I have this, I just plop in a switch statement here. Switch server name, server. To so once you got this done, then down here I can, based on what the actual server is, I can do case, yada yada yada, case, one, blah, or case Open Warlords. Server equals Discord, discord.gg. And then I put the Discord right here. Or something like this. I essentially modify it where I can change the variable in this statement to have and use a switch statement as a little database of the discords for various servers. And that way it'll just auto adapt itself to whatever server is being played on based on the name of the server. It can do that. And I can also use this for the GitHub bug reporting link. Just use switch statements as a array of pre-programmed basically using a switch case as a database, and I'm having this pull from the database. So, but that's a bunch of code we don't need right now, so let's comment this all out. There you go. Right now, I'm just want it to print mission name, server name. And this is going to be the same type of code I use when we do the adaptive welcome screens. I'm kind of sort of debugging stuff right here. So when it goes to populate a new sector, I should get a system chat and a log chat. That's what we can play some op for. Have it.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector. sector selected.
Okay, cool. So current mission is Alcorb on server Tyler Durden desktop. Yep, there we go. So works. And if I go check my system logs, I should also have a dialog down here at the bottom of this. Yep. And current mission is Alcorb on server blah blah blah. So this will help the admins. So when the admins see the a sector spawn, they know at the top of that you can get the mission ID. So we literally just did all the tech demo stuff. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the switch case statement thing. And we're going to add another statement in here. Discord is, and we're going to add value number 3. And here, value number 3 is going to be server Discord. Server Discord. And I don't have to add the server Discord for the fact. I don't even need this in dialogue at all. I can just yeah, I'll leave it in there. It's whatever. Okay, so server Discord equals server name to start with. And then we're gonna and I actually need to go look up how to do switch statements again. Oh, I don't. I have it in my client request. Switch do, so I need bracket after the do, then case statement with a hard colon and brackets. Okay. Default does not need a little colon after it. Get this. I'm just gonna look it up with the wiki. Too many details there. I'd mess up. Okay, cool. I got the wiki up. Let's do this. Okay, switch, just server Discord, do, and I need bracket here. Bracket there, semicolon, and case default. And for default, oops. Default, I do not need the colon. Equals discord.gg/arma3. I think this needs to be a string. So I don't know if this is gonna, so I don't know if server name is an object or a string. I'm pretty sure it's a string. I think I may mess something up because I'm trying to change something. If that's an object, changing it to a string might mess it up. Again, it's one of these things I don't know about SQF. Oh, and I forgot brackets around this, so. And does that require a yes? And default also requires semicolon. So I don't actually know what the Open Warlords server is. Just kind of guessing here, so. Okay, that looks correct on the hosting site. Ooh, I think someone started up Miller Edition. Hang on. I just saw the CPU usage on the server. Yeah, see, right now I'm looking at the console logs. And I literally cannot tell what mission this guy is playing on the server. Oh, it looks like he started up Maverick. Okay. Yeah, but see, I literally cannot tell what's going on in that mission right now because I can't see. I need this little dialogue message in there. I'm trying to think if I missed anything. I got my semicolons. So what we expect it to say, since we're going to be hitting the default case, is going to be discord.gg armor 3. That's the output we expect. So let's go reload real quick. And now I've got all that tech done, I can work on the welcome screen.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Okay, we didn't get any errors thrown at us. Okay, so expected output is discord.gg armor 3.
Sector selected.
Oh, I forgot a semicolon. Oh god, I'm a noob. Such a noob. I was looking at my brackets. I was like, oh, my brackets are all. Brackets were all good. Actually, let's have some fun. Let's change the server name real quick. Play multiplayer. Oh. Okay, apparently it only lets you set the server name in the editor the first time you go to play multiplayer. RIP.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector. Sector selected.
Oh, I really need to learn to watch semicolons a lot better. Semicolon was missing, was right there. But luckily, it's throwing this one at me, and I went and fixed all the other ones, so. Okay, every line has a semicolon.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector. Sector selected.
Okay, something's formatted wrong in the switch case. That was another syntax error type thing. Did I miss it on the do? I kind of just breezed through the whole. Oh, does this need to be a string? Let's go look at that error log real quick. I think it may have to be a string right there for the Open Warlords, because the output as server name is probably displaying a string. Okay, the error is right there. Okay, I think it's because I have a gap right here, because I'm looking for a string. And it saw the gap right there, and it thinks there's supposed to be a semicolon. So that means this is an integer over here. This K7, that means it's got to be an integer. Because looking at the wiki, it says if you're trying to look for a string, you have to actually like put the quotes around it. So if this is an integer, why was that comparison not working earlier? That is ultra confusing.
Warlords Protocol initialized.
This is mostly just me not being familiar with the SQF, the ins and outs of SQF, since I don't actually use it that often.
Sector selected.
Yep, there we go. That was what we needed. So it was just needed a, and there we go. And Discord is discord.gg. So when you're playing this on Open Warlords, it'll say the current mission is Alcorb on server Open Warlords. Discord is, and it'll give you the Discord link. So we got all the dynamic tech we need in, so we can make a fully adaptive welcome screen now. Because right now the welcome screen is hard coded for the mission it's in. But with that little bit of tech, I can adaptive. So added an adaptive message of the day style message to the mission to help players with bug reporting, dynamic mission name, server name, and directs the player to the correct Discord based on the server that the mission is run on. And that is just all you have to do is go in here, and if you're going to add another server to this, you just add a new case statement and add the string for your server right here and the Discord name, and then it will auto fill in right here. I feel like I should like add some stars around that Discord thing. There we go. Okay, so that's done. And we can also, let's go in here, and I'm going to add another. So I'm going to copy this. And just above here, we'll see. There we go. Okay, so markers, we're gonna. And that's owl. Orb. And I need to make a new symbol for it. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, cool. We're gonna save that. Okay, now I have these, and what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to change this to be, I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but so the text right here, I want to see if I can change this to mission name. Or if I just try it. I think I have to do this from the actual mission file though. So we're gonna go in. So we're gonna do a quick little test here. We're gonna go into the mission FQN, and I need to find markers. And I might not be able to do this because the mission SQM is where it's getting the Corp thing from, so. Okay, found it. I wonder if. Okay, we're going to do a quick test here. I'm going to change this to be mission text equals mission name, and we're going to see. Because if I can set a variable inside the mission SQM file, it means I can also do like logic stuff. So I can port that dynamic Discord link thing here to the mission SQM. I seriously don't think this is going to work, but if it does, I can make dynamic markers on the map on runtime. If this doesn't work, I may go into like the init, like server init, and I may put all this code and set up and have the mission auto make markers on the map at these positions. So that's going to be our backup plan if this doesn't work. And I'm pretty sure this is not going to work. So in fact, I could probably tell you right away if it's going to work or not. Yeah, it's just displaying mission name right there. So let's run the mission and see if it still displays that though. So I'm about 99% sure since it's a SQM file, I can't have SQF logic in it.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
But I can get rid of these and put them, have the mission, yeah. So, okay, so because the SQM file, I can't do that. All right. I can do something else. So we're going to take all that data and I'm going to figure out how to script that into the mission. So when like the initial mission setup goes, okay, Control C, dump all that to Discord. Oh, that was a wrong Discord link. Oh, I know what the problem is. That's kind of funny. So I head faked myself when I was doing edit. So I forgot that I was doing some anti-bot. That's why nobody's been joining the Discord. Oh, that is incorrect. Why is that? Hang on, I'm doing some stuff on the GitHub right now. Okay, cool. Got that fixed on GitHub. So now what we need to do is ARM3, how to make a marker. Great marker, sweet. There is a command for this. Okay. Right, so I need to go to... First thing I need to go is delete all these. Or the weakest link. Goodbye. Okay. So now I need to find the initialize server. Oh. Okay, so we need to use the command. There's a lot of information missing on this. Yeah, there is like oodles and oodles of Okay, I may have found a better command. There is a abyss function string2 marker. Yeah, this is what we want. Okay. Okay, so what we want here is and then call this function string to marker. Okay, marker name. First one is going to be mission. Okay, marker position. I should just copy all this. Okay, cool. I got all three of my markers going to be right there. And now I have to go in here and so the first one I want is my position array. Okay. So the type is a mill marker. Marker color is orange. Marker alpha is and the marker text. For now, we're just going to call this mission name. Okay, so mill pickup marker shape. Set marker shape. What is set marker shape? Okay, so set marker shape is icon. Okay, set marker size should just be, I think, 1, 1. Marker direction should be 0. So set marker brush. I think the only problem with this is I may have to, I may not be able to make these dynamic since I'm doing string to marker. Because I can't put a variable inside a string. It's just one giant string. So I think this may be all for naught here. But we'll just make that solid. Okay, cool. I think I got all that done. So we're going to comment this one out. I just want to see if this did something. Forgot a semicolon. Caught it before I loaded it. So in theory, I should have something sitting out in the middle of the ocean. Pygros Bay there.
Warlords Protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
What if it's too early in the mission to, So let's move that over to the initialized sectors, maybe. It's kind of weird because the weather system like doesn't trigger text. You're in the game, so that code should have triggered. I only want to do this a single time. I feel like I kind of have to put it in here. Okay, let's try some different code. Let's just do something super simple, set marker. And here I'm going to paste in okay, so this should make marker name HD at that location.
Warlords Protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Nope. Okay, that's clearly not the correct place to put that. Let's go find the client initialization. Do system chats. Ah, here's the init client. Sweet. If I do so, I don't want to have it on every single. Guess I could do it local. Yeah, I think maybe we could do this local. Okay, so let's try this out. And I need to set marker. Right, and now I need to copy that. Is this correct? Yeah, sure enough. The Z value is in the middle. It's really strange. Whatever. Maybe that's why I can't see this thing. Because it is way down at the 0Y.
Warlords protocol initialized.
Fact.
Voting for the next sector.
Yep. That's why I can't see it. Means that other code was probably working. So I need to transplant you over there. You right there. Okay. So this was likely working the entire time. This way I only need to do this a single time. Man, I probably would have sat there debugging that forever had I not realized the mission. My SQF XYZ and SQM XYZ are different, which is really stupid, but
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next
hey, and
sector.
there it is. Right. Oh, okay. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. So this needs to be a mill marker. Okay, this is going to be a lot of just fill in the blanks. For a little bit, because I got to get a template set up here to Okay, so I need to set marker color. Set marker alpha. And this didn't actually display anything. Marker 1, set marker name. That is not a thing. Set marker text. There we go. So this right here is what you would use for scripting, but set marker text is going to be what's going to be displayed to the player. So we're going to set this to boom. So that should set marker text to mission name. Set marker alpha is going to be a 0.30. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how set marker color works, so let's go try to find that out. Okay, it looks like it needs to be in quotes. So it's looking for a string value. There we go. Okay, so I should get a marker in the middle of the map that's colored orange, has alpha of 30, and it has mission name. It should say Al Korb is what it should say. forgot a semicolon. Yep, right there.
Warlords Protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Yep, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so now I just need to use that template and do the other two real quick. Okay, these other ones will be super fast. So this is a middle triangle. This one is a milled box. Okay, so I need to set up two case statements right here. And don't need that. Spawn units. Take this. Okay, bug reports. Link. And that is the wrong Discord link, so let's go fix that. Okay, and down here, I need to set this to bug link. And here, I need to make a bunch more. Okay, we need owl. We need Warlords, Redux, ME. Warlords, Mav. Let's make sure I got all these names right here. Okay, so we've got Owl Korb, Redux ME, small e, or is Redux Mav? Okay, so now the fun part. I need to go find the links for all these. Okay, cool. I think I did it. Okay, so let's do a quick review here. So we got first one's going to be mission name, which will be Alcorb. Second one is going to be the server. So it's going to grab server name, and then it's going to auto populate the server Discord as a marker. And then the last one will auto populate that server Discord in bug link. Okay, so I should have 3 markers on the map when I reload. Since we're playing on a not Open Warlord server, what I'm going to see is discord.gg Harma for the Discord link.
Warlords Protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Oh, dope. I copy and pasted the. That's funny. Minor oversight, easy fix. Okay, so this one was the Discord. And this one was the bug report. Control C, D, and then I set that to 0. That's all right. Cool. So we just updated their. So what I did earlier, if you guys missed it, I took from the mission SQM file, I data dumped all of that, the marker info into a channel. I have an info dump channel in Discord. And now what I was just doing there, I was copying the XY coordinates, XYZ coordinates from my Discord channel into the mission there. And then I was rearranging them to be XYZ instead of the mission SQM is XZY instead of XYZ. So I had to transplant the numbers around there real quick. And there we go. Bada bing. And discord.gg armor 3. Sweets. And I got the alpha super light, so it doesn't actually block any of the map. And then you zoom in and you can see the orange against the blue water. Cha-ching. It's a little human factors thing I learned back in the day from flying. So, like, the newest plane I flew was the Lockheed C-130J model. And we were asking the engineers, and it was early on in the program. I was part of the initial cadre, and we were asking the engineers, like, why did they do something like XYZ colors? And they actually went and got, like, the human factors guy, and, like, this guy had, like, a PhD in, like, the human brain, and he was designing the UI for a bunch of our systems. We're like, oh, like, he explained why he did things a certain way. We were like, ooh, okay. So just like the color green, your eyeball can see the most shades of green. The color like pumpkin orange or something is actually the most rapidly recognized color, apparently. I don't know. I'm not a I'm not a human brain kind of guy. But yeah, the amount of effort and money that gets spent on aircraft UI stuff is crazy. Okay, cool. How do I Cool. So I got rid of markers there. I need to clean up this whole client thing. Spelled that wrong. Ooh. So I need to clean up this right here. Okay, we're just going to discard those changes. Yes. Okay, cool. Everything is good. And the thing I just had to pull down was the link on Discord. Was a README. I'd updated the Discord link. Back since I got his page open right now, I should probably go fix that. See. Fuck, stop doing that, dude. Actual. Oh my god. This is markdown language on CP is so dumb right now. There we go. There we go. Sweet. And I need to pull one. Just pulling down the README real quick. So I got it on my local clone. Okay, that was, so now we got this tech completely fleshed out even more, which means we can oh shoot, we're almost completely done for today. Although I still got to do a lot of stuff porting. I got to port stuff over to Miller Edition here. Okay, so now things get funky. I need to okay, so we need to bring over our client and net player tracking. So I'm gonna copy this. Be right there, and I'm going to wholesale copy a file out of I just gotta find where the file is. Where in the world did I put this file at? Welcome. Okay. Okay, so now inside of clients, so we should have a welcome. So I'm going to compile one additional file here. Go back to my, yep, my welcome SQF. Sweet. And then down here, I'm going to put a, trying to remember how I called this. I think I just call I really should set this up the same way I have it in Miller, because otherwise I'm going to totally screw myself up. But let's go ahead and open this, and what I need to do is add in all of this. Oh, I don't know if I could do this. Oh, can I? Ooh, we may have to put this off for a little bit. I don't know if I got the mentals to do this right now. So I kind of see what I need to do. I think I may need to completely rebuild this. Yeah. Uh, because I don't think I can stick a variable in here. All right. Well, we're gonna put that in there. Net client. Comment that out. So we'll get to that next week. 'Cause I want to get started on the other stuff tonight. For dynamic welcome screen. Let's do a quick smoke check to make sure I didn't break something by having that compiled.
Warlords Protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Okay. Oh, we know that runs. That's interesting. So I'm gonna need to comment that out because it's just giving it up to the player as soon as they log in. Oh, it's compiling it when it's calling it. So I don't need that there at all.
Warlords Protocol initialized.
No, maybe I could just do like a quick little ghetto. No, I want to do this correctly. I don't want to I forgot to do prep work. And this is just a V file update. Alright, cool. Let's go to Miller Edition, open folder. Just lists. Mission MQM, don't need that. Don't need requisitions. Client requests. What we're looking for is populate sector. Server init. Okay, cool. You know what? I don't even want to mess with that right now. We'll do all that next week. We'll go populate sector. What a world. So weird looking at code you wrote so long ago. Like you're like, what was I doing, dude? Oh, this is where I need to add, I was gonna add the radar spinning thing. So yeah, I can actually add that right now. Where was that code at? And I don't need that line because it's already done. And it's going to be vehicle look at. Oh, this is not. This is as soon as this gets done, it's going to do a. Yeah, this needs to be a little bit different. So what I need to actually do is I need to spawn a little script and like attach it to this vehicle right here. Yeah, but we'll deal with that another time. We got the code in the mission is what's important. That's the part I really need to. It might work as is, but I don't know. I have to fiddle with it a little bit. I don't want to mess around with that tonight. All right, so I think maybe the infantry code's all the way down at the bottom. Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's go find the pseudocode here. Okay, cool. We got that pseudocode in. And next, I need to find the so where would I just looking through the order fast travel real quick too. Okay, this is creating the marker you're going to travel to. Oh, I could stick it in a sector scan. Because right now the populate sector code Where is QRF? Let's go find the QRF code. QRF. So the biggest problem here with the populated sector putting this QRF code from the QRF is it's all based on uh, the side that currently, like if side, yada yada yada, array west. So that's how it's getting its information on what the QRF to spawn. It literally has no idea who's attacking the sector. Whereas if I stick it in the sector scan code, I have the sector parameter which I need. And I can yeah, and I have the player that's calling it, so I know what side. I'm just reading through this code. That's interesting. So he's putting a trigger underneath. He's putting a trigger on top of the sector. Then he's activating the trigger when you. Huh. So this code is incredibly easy to write for the friendly QRF, but I just don't know where to put it. Huh, I'll have to study this some more. It's been so long since I looked through the Redux code base. Yeah, this is probably a sector init. I need to transfer some of this code out into the populate sector code. Another way I could possibly do this is have this be a thank you order. Hmm. Okay, I think it's probably best if I just keep working on this. Like, think about how I'm gonna do this upstream. The code is really simple. This is all the QRF spawning code right here. So it is really, really easy. What all did we do here? Okay, cool. Prep work. Okay, got that prep work stuff done. Now we need to do the server, init server, and go to file, open file. Actually, it may be quicker. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go here to my commits over here on GitHub. Rotate. How do you spell rotate? Okay, let's do. Okay, cool. And this should be completely server agnostic here. But this we actually need to do a quick test on. So inspired. How do you spell inspired? I had the I and the R backwards. Yep, just making sure people get their. All right, so this is in, and let's look at that code one more time. Cool. So do a quick test on this. And we need to actually open up ME.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector. Select sector.
So I should get a little message that says
Sector selected.
Yep. Discord information is discord.gg armor 3. Yep. Cool. That was easy. I'm starting to drop off hard here, guys. Trying to get all this done. Where's my info dump? I'll just dump it in general for now. Okay. What was... I'm trying to match up all the stuff I changed on Alcorp tonight. So next up is added adaptive markers to the map. Okay. And I did this in the net server. Okay, so oh, I need to get rid of these, huh? Yeah. There we go.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
Sweet, it worked. Nice.
Select sector.
Has the right links and everything. Nice. That is freaking cool. That is cool. And I also need to do... So we need to go find the welcome screen, which I think was in clients. Nope. There it is, common. Cool. So Miller Edition is done for now. Let's make sure we didn't break anything. So now I need to go to Maverick and I gotta get the new map markers.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector.
And we'll do a sector vote real quick. This is our final little check.
Select sector. Sector selected.
Okay. Cool. Everything appears to be running correctly. As one little final check, let's go check our RPT. Oh my god, it's already 4:30 in the morning. And yep, there it is right there. Current mission. One thing I forgot to do was populate sector. We need to go to our constants. Okay, so what I just did there is I lowered my garrison size mod from 3 down to 2. And then I lowered the group size of the garrison from the minimum. It was 4 to 5. It is now 3 to 4. So overall, it's probably close to a 50% decrease. To help out with CPU load. Okay, so let's open a Maverick here. So for this, I need to, okay, let's go to welcome screen. Oh no, I just realized I messed something up in so I forgot to comment out. I added all this code in here and I completely forgot to comment it out. Let's go to Mav. Got to save that. Alright, so next up is server init. And we're going to do the adaptive markers. Let's do a quick test to make sure it's working correctly.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector. Select sector.
I forgot to delete the old marks on the map, but there we go. We can see it's working correctly. So okay, up next is going to be the adaptive. And this is in populate sector. Okay, cool. Let's make a little patch note. Message of the day and better logging. So to test this, we need to put an AO up on our zone, and we should get the message in chat. Get the message in chat, then we know we're also getting the message in the log. And we're also going to double check our map to make sure
Warlords protocol initialized.
we're not getting the double markers as well.
Voting for the next sector.
And then we'll pretty much be done. I just got to jump into Miller Edition real quick and fix that double
Select
marker on the map.
sector.
Okay, markers are now correct. And I'm looking for chat.
Sector selected.
There we go. Sweet. Oh, I could have left that open since we got to do one more quick test with Miller, but okay, cool. Let's open folder real quick. Go back to Miller. Go to welcome screen. Okay, let's start up Miller real quick and make sure we don't have double markers. Okay, it does not appear to have double markers, so let's double check.
Warlords protocol initialized. Voting for the next sector. Select sector. Sector selected.
All right, I think we're good to ship it. So for Open Warlords, I saw something neat you could do on GitHub. You can actually release in it when you do a production release. Because I was reviewing how to use GitHub and I was looking at the trunk-based model and how they do releases and that can trigger your CI and GitHub action stuff. I was like, oh yeah, because eventually what I want to do for these missions, because now I got multiple missions running on a server, is to have an automatic system that pulls the mission files down and puts them on a it just automatically uploads them to a the server, the test server. And but one of the things you can use to trigger that is it's called like a feature release or something on GitHub, or like a version release, which is pretty cool. So I'm gonna try to figure out how to do that probably tomorrow or this weekend on Open Warlords. Before our next stream, I will have figured out how to do a release on that. And it also is like a time capsule of the code, which is pretty cool. So you know exactly what bugs are in that code, what is not. But and we went way over our 6969, like way past it. So I'm gonna miss the no, I'm half an hour away. I'm at 69, 68.5. So I gotta play 30 minutes. Oh, we gotta close this, close that, close that. Oh, nope, nope, I went way over. Yeah, I'm 3 hours over, dang it. Yeah, I'm now 69.72.2. Yeah, we went like 3 hours over. Oh well, we got a bunch of work done, which is cool. Okay, so that is end of stream. I will see you guys maybe next week. Yeah, it should be next week. I don't know why. See you around.